The fourth inning is brought to you by your Baltimore area Toyota dealers. Better availability means better deals at your Toyota dealer. Shop by at Toyota.com. $5-0 lead for the Orioles, an unusual game. 3 hits, all singles, or 2 singles and a double, I should say. That's into left from Ernie Clement. Plenty of room for Colton over there. And Clement is 1 for 2. Beautiful day for some ice cream, but pace yourselves. There are 18 innings of baseball today. I'm not sure there's any pacing themselves going on there. Another first pitch strike for Zach Eflin.
Yeah, that was the curveball there. We heard a lot about the fastball. The fastball's been good, but I'm impressed with the all-speed stuff, too. I think we've seen a couple change-ups as well. But a really good sweeper, a good cutter, good curveball.
Drilled down the line. That's just foul by Jimenez. There we go.
There you go.
Little Rita's Padre fan who stuck around after the weekend. Think he knows the camera's on?
I think he does. He's side-eyeing the camera. You can see him looking ahead, but side-eyeing.
Just don't drop the cone. Oh. Strike 3, high cutter. Number 6 for Zach.
And that was on purpose, too, because you can see James McCann gives a high target right here. Says, give it to me right here, big right-hander, and he does. Folks, it's all Orioles early in this one.
Special event following yesterday's game, a Swinging for Impact charity event hosted by Cedric Mullins along with the Orioles and Big League Impact over at Topgolf Baltimore. See a bunch of Orioles players who joined to raise money for City of Refuge Baltimore, a nonprofit that helps individuals and families transition out of crisis. We learned about Big League Impact last year. Kyle Gibson, who was with the Orioles last season, is a vice president of Big League Impact. Adam Wainwright founded it in 2013, and the Orioles really took to it, different events around the community and in other communities to help out local charities, local community groups. Kyle Gibson's mark continues to be felt here in Baltimore, really everywhere he's been. People rave about the model human being Kyle Gibson was, and it's great to see his spirit of giving back staying on with Cedric Mullins and so many other Orioles who took time out of their Sunday night to head over to Topgolf for that event yesterday.
I wonder if the boys took a few swings. I bet they did. Who's your money on out of that 5? Longest drive out of those 5. Who was it the first?
It was Mountcastle, Mullins, O'Hearn,
Westy,
Grayson.
and Westy.
kind of like Ryan O'Hearn.
I think I'm riding Mountcastle.
Yeah. One of the Ryans. Probably we're both wrong.
Although Grayson might fool you. Pitchers can stretch it out a little bit.
I mean, look, they've all got good-looking swings. Cedric swing, Wesley swing. If that translates to
we haven't seen Grayson swing yet, although he claims he could hit in high school.
He does.
Because we all said that in high school.
Cowser, a little flare left center field, and there's a base hit for Colton. Walking a single for him, and now the hit streak is at 10 for the Orioles leadoff man. O's fans, come cheer out the O's against the Red Sox Friday night, August 16th at 7:05. And collect your Corbin Burns bobblehead presented by Masson. First 25,000 fans 15 and over. Get a bobblehead of the first-year Orioles ace and all-star starter. Buy your tickets today at Orioles.com/tickets. Ball 1 to Anthony Santander. Brandon Eisert pitching in relief of Yariel Rodriguez, who went just 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 1 hit, 4 runs, 4 walks, a bases loaded hit by pitch, and a strikeout through 43 pitches in 2/3 of an inning.
I mean, a strange outing for him, too, because he'd been absolutely dealing his previous 4 starts.
He was coming off of a start where he threw 5 2/3, gave up 2 runs, began with 4 perfect innings, and then gave up 7 base runners, though 1 was on a catcher's interference. And the 3 starts before that, 6 2/3, career high, 6 scoreless, then 7 strikeouts, a career high tying. So bizarre outing, but a great job by the Orioles waiting him out.
Yeah, and the at-bats have been much better. We talked about that. 8 walks yesterday for the Orioles, 5 today.
And it's been an unusual game because of 4 hits, Mountcastle RBI single, Santander leadoff single in the second, Westberg leadoff double in the third, Cowser leadoff single in the fourth. So they have 5 runs, and the runs have come on a hit, a ground out, a walk, the hit by pitch to the face of McCann, and a ground out. So the home run hasn't been there the last couple of days, but a lot of good line moving at bats. And when we were in Miami, we noted the Orioles are really chasing a lot of pitches. They typically don't. They're not chasing those pitches these last couple of games.
No, they're beginning to get back to who they were last year and who they were at the beginning of the year this year. Being patiently aggressive and attacking balls. When they get counts in their favor, attacking balls that they can hit hard.
Brandon Eisert on 2 days rest, 46 pitches, his second big league game. He's thrown 2 1/3, and Yari Rodriguez is still up in their bullpen. Santander drills it to center field. Not quite deep enough as Varsho gets there. And Anthony with a walk, a single, and now a flyout. Brandon Eisert out of Oregon State. And it looks like he's not going to get a chance to face his former battery mate here with Adley Rutschman on the bench for game 1. Both were picked in the draft in 2019, though, both important parts of those Beaver teams that we saw head to the World Series. Eisert was at Lynn Benton Community College in Albany, Oregon, before going to Oregon State. 18th round pick in the draft when Adley went first overall. Eisert went 537th, and here they are sharing a big league field.
Yeah, those Oregon State teams in those years with Adley Rutschman there, they had some talent.
Fouled away by Gunnar. By the way, Oregon State still turning out talent. They're the number 1 pick in this year's draft. Australian Travis Pizzana, who went to the Cleveland Guardians with the first pick.
That's right.
for some news on the Orioles' first pick, Vance Honeycutt, who has yet to sign. The signing deadline is Thursday at 5, so it's a couple of days after the trading deadline. Right side, base hit for Henderson through the 3.5 hole. And two lefties in the inning have hits off of Isert. Cowser and Henderson aboard with one out.
And another hard hit ball. That one at 102. Anything 95 and above is considered hard hit. Exit velocity. Little breaking ball working away from Gunnar Henderson. It never got all the way to the outside part of the plate. He just punches it in the hole.
So 2 1/3 is going to be the end of the line for Isert. John Schneider trying to get through game 1 of this doubleheader with as few pitchers as possible, but will turn to his third, Yerry Rodriguez, when we come back.
This season with the Rangers, made 12 appearances, elevated ERA, only worked 17 innings. Walks have been an issue for him. Opponents hitting .242 off the right-hander, Rodriguez. 3-pitch mix for him, 4-seam fastball, slider, and a changeup. Big arm, though. Fastball is going to be 96 to 98.
Rodriguez just called up from AAA Buffalo 3 days ago. .491 ERA in Buffalo, and walks a big issue in the minors and in the majors. Mountcastle elevates it to right field on the first pitch from Yerry Rodriguez for base hit. Cowser to third, Henderson to second. They're loaded up again.
Well, what is it about Mountie and the Blue Jays? When he sees the Blue Jays, he goes to a different level. Second base hit today, so 2 for 2, but on with a walk as well. Inside out swing and the fastball coming up and in.
Had been struggling a little bit against the Blue Jays this year, but you knew that couldn't last long. He's been on all 3 times today, and here's Ryan O'Hearn with a chance to really bust this game open. And O'Hearn trying to do that. A 97-mile-per-hour fastball from Yerry Rodriguez. So we had Yariel Rodriguez and Yerry Rodriguez. I'm going to guess the first time in Major League history 2 Y Rodriguezes have pitched for the same team in the same game. Popped up left side. Clement without any room. O'Hearn struck out swinging in the first and then popped out to third in the second. See about 60% fastball, hard throwing Rodriguez, hard changeup. Not a lot of swings and misses for that hard stuff. And O'Hearn drills one into center. Varsho comes sprinting in to make the catch. Cowser races home and scores standing. Sacrifice fly on a 2-strike pitch from Ryan O'Hearn, and the Orioles make it 6-0.
Well, the situational hitting has been good for the Orioles the last couple of days. Ramon Urias finds a way to get a runner home from third base. Ryan O'Hearn in a 2-strike count puts a barrel on the ball. Sacrifice fly straight out to center field. The Orioles add on another one.
So 6 runs for the Orioles, and still one of the 6 has come on a hit. A lot of small ball, a lot of line moving. And O'Hearn picks up his second RBI of the homestand, his 41st of the year. Jordan Westburg. You know, we've seen it in the last several years, the trend. If you out-homer your opponent in the postseason, you win. Teams who hit the most home runs win at a crazy high rate. That's what teams play for. It's nice to have a game like this, though, and maybe it's not as easily sustainable to get all these base runners, but I think for managers and hitting coaches, it might actually feel better than a game where you hit 3 or 4 home runs. Whether it is or not, to have a game where everybody contributes like this, there is something aesthetically pleasing about that.
The better teams find a way to beat you a lot of different ways, and that's the mark of a good team. When you're not hitting home runs at the ballpark, can you manufacture runs? Can you take an extra 90 feet? Can you go first to third on your base running? All those things matter. And the better teams, I mean, I go back to the Houston Astros every year. They seem to find a way in the playoffs to beat you a lot of different ways. They can steal bases when they need to. They can obviously pitch when they need to. That's been a lot of part of their success. They can hit out of the ballpark, but they can manufacture runs too.
Westburg down the left field line. Jordan Westburg off the wall. That brings in Henderson, and Mountcastle's going to be waved around third, and the throw to the plate is there to beat him. But Jordan Westburg has his second double of the game and an RBI to boot, and the Orioles get 2 in the 4th to make it 7-0. Brandon Hyde is looking to see if the Orioles want to call for a challenge here. Ryan Mountcastle's going to walk off, and Brandon Hyde is going to say, let's play on.
Boy, this ball is just back-up breaking balls with this in right into the heart of the bat, and Westburg powers this ball right off the bottom of the wall. The left fielder, Barger, picks it up and gets it in. You see Henderson right there in your screen. He's going to score easy. Mountcastle's coming all the way from first base, and he gets cranked home by Tony Mansolino on a perfect relay throw, and I mean just in time to get Mountcastle head first, trying to get to the backside of the plate. He never got there as Alejandro Kirk applies the tag, but the Orioles add on yet again, now up 7-0 through 4th.
First pitch strike starts off the top of the 5th back here in Baltimore. Colton Cowser has had some ridiculous plays already out in left field, guys, and this comes off of a pretty big week. They lost Austin Hayes, traded to Philadelphia. Christian Pache ultimately joins them as well, and it could leave a rookie relatively feeling a little insecure about it. So I asked what's been going on inside. He said, actually, we really haven't had a lot of discussions, especially for myself and Heston. We just know that in a situation like this, they'll eventually build a game plan and get back to us. But for now, we have to step up. We can't use the excuse that we've had so many less games, that we don't know left field as much. We've got to get extra reps. A sharp, nice shot to Gunnar, right back to first on time. And step up is exactly what they've done. He said, really, the biggest part isn't filling in physically. It's just missing who your teammate was as a person. We all loved Austin Hayes. We loved his whole family. And you look back at nights like yesterday with the big league golf tournament that you guys showed, Austin was supposed to co-host that with Cedric Mullins. So some young guys in the outfield, but they look like they have not missed a step.
Yeah, they're going to have to step up, Mel, especially now with the Orioles down a right-handed bat. Colton Cowser going to have to play a lot more against lefties as it stands. Orioles may be still in the mix for a right-handed bat as Eflin jumps ahead of Horwitz 0-2. But, yeah, there's a lot of responsibility thrown on these young players' plates.
Yeah, and things will calm down once the trade deadline is over. You know, it's uneasy. But look, all these guys are professionals. They know what you signed up for, right? This is just part of it, whether you like it or not. And everybody's going to miss Austin Hayes. What a good leader he was.
That shot inside the third base back fair by Horwitz. Cowser will get to it in the thread of his arm. And a one-hop dart holds Horwitz to first with a single. The seventh Toronto hit, and they've all been one-baggers.
Yeah, Horwitz is having a really nice year. I love that swing right there. Ball on the backside. Didn't try to pull it. Just hits a bullet right down the third base line.
So a couple of hard-hit balls the third time through the order against Eflin. And Al Guerrero, who struck out and absolutely screamed a line drive into the glove of Cowser and left. Third time through, this is the spooky, scary time for Eflin, as it is for a lot of pitchers. But he's got a 7-0 lead, and hey, we've seen the Orioles blow a 6-0 lead to the Marlins. That was on Thursday, Miami. Nearly blow a 6-0 lead to the Padres yesterday. Maybe 7 is the magic number. Maybe they just needed one more.
Well, it's been about the big innings. And early in the year, the Orioles weren't allowing the big innings. But you go back and look, the last 6 games, the Orioles 7 different times have allowed 3 or more runs in an inning. And that's typically not like the Orioles. They normally can find a way to stop the bleeding and, and not give up the crooked number. But it's been a little of the issue as of late.
1-2 for Guerrero.
Well, you can see what Eflin's game is. It is an east to west game. Every now and then he'll elevate something above the top of the strike zone, but for the most part, sinkers in, front door sinkers, back door sinkers. Throw that slider or cutter off of that as well. Occasional curveball.
And a breaking ball swatted to short. Tricky hop for Gunnar. He will not have a play. It continues to be one of those weeks in the field for Gunnar Henderson, who had committed an error in 4 days in a row coming in.
Yeah, this ball takes a funny hop now. You can see he was down low expecting this ball to be low, but it hit something or had a lot of topspin, one or the other, and it just comes up right there at the last second.
No ruling yet. Either way, it's 2 on, 1 out. And a fly ball to right field from Barger, and that's going to put Toronto back in the game. A deep drive from Addison Barger. On the first pitch from Zach Eflin, Barger crushes a ball into right field. A 3-run home run to make it 7-3, his first major league home run.
Boy, he covered that one, didn't he? 107 off the bat, 426 feet. Just a spinning breaking ball, just kind of down and in where a lot of lefties like it too.
Ryan Mountcastle's trying to get the ball from the ball girl down the line, and Addison Barger gets to wear the home run jacket. Well, whoever got that ball in the right center field seats is probably feeling not so smart right now, because they threw it back onto the field. They just chucked it back, and I hope they enjoyed that, and I hope they enjoy getting some pats on the back from friends, because if you keep that first home run ball, you probably get yourself a nice signed bat or a ball or something. You can barter with that. And they just decided to heave it back. Hey, maybe they knew it was his first home run and they said,
yeah,
let's just
be a nice guy and just throw it back.
Yeah, it could
Give
be
it
the
back
case.
to the kid.
Could be the case. Glass half full, that's right. So 7-3. And Varsho with another pop-up. This one to Urias. Here's the Orioles' upcoming schedule, brought to you by Science and Kirk. Need a lawyer? Contact Science and Kirk. Visit youhavealawyer.com. This is the first of two today. Kate Povich will come back up to face Bowden Francis in Game 2 following the first game. Tomorrow, Corbin Burns, Chris Bassett. Wednesday, Grayson Rodriguez. The scheduled starter is Yusei Kikuchi. Every expectation is he'll be traded by then. But we know it'll be Burns and Grayson for the O's. 4 games that could be completed in 48 hours if it's a quick one on Wednesday at 12:35. The series starting at 3:06 today.
And the Orioles needed to win all 4 of these games to have a winning month in the month of July to extend their monthly winning streak. Orioles haven't lost a month, been below 500. What's in September of 22, I guess it is.
Yeah, 9 straight full months with a winning record. Longest streak since May 82 through September 83. Alejandro Kirk with 2 singles. 1-2 from Zach Eflin. There's a curveball down and away. 6 strikeouts for Eflin, most through 4 innings in a game this season. Young Mr. Splash watching on. Regular Mr. Splash watching as Kirk goes 3 for 3. So 229 hitter Alejandro Kirk, but a 3 for 3 afternoon for him.
Pitch count at 84 now for Zach Eflin. 85.
Now the Blue Jays have 10 hits. Zach Eflin pitched with Kyle Gibson in Philadelphia. Is very close with Kyle. This has been a sort of a Gibsonian start. A lot of hits. 9 of the 10 have been singles. No walks. Working quickly. You always would love it if you could get through 6. One more out first to get through the 5th. He misses outside to Schneider. The Oriole bullpen was worked a little bit yesterday. Webb threw an inning in the 3rd, 22 pitches. Perez and Dominguez an inning. Cano a 30-pitch 9th. So 4 of their 8 relievers pitched yesterday. So they really need some innings from Eflin. Not to put the pressure on in his first start, but you have Povich, a rookie, going in Game 2. You have a bullpen that's a little worn down. And then a game tomorrow and a quick turnaround Wednesday. So they could use a longer start from Zach here. He's about to be at 90 pitches in the 5th. Schneider swung. Strike 3. 7 strikeouts for Eflin, but Barger's home run puts the Blue Jays on the board. Orioles Baseball on Masson is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And by Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast. 7-3 for the Orioles. Cheer, cheer, cheer. A little floss in the stands. 7 run-scoring plays, 2 hits. Ground out, walk, hit by pitch in the face, ground out, sack, fly. What a bizarre game.
So 5 runs without a base hit.
Yeah. 5 run-scoring non-hits. That has to be close to a season high, if not a season high in Major League Baseball this year. 1-1 from Yerry Rodriguez, meanwhile, to Cedric Mullins. So the Orioles get the first 7. The Jays get 3 back on an Addison Barker home run. 10 hits for Toronto, 7 for the O's. And they'll look to add some more, starting with Mullins, who's reached on catcher's interference for a 2nd straight game. Last Oriole to reach on catcher's interference had been Heston Kjerstad last September. Yerry Rodriguez, 3rd Toronto pitcher this game 1. 5 days rest, so he could go for a while. Brandon Eisert went 2 2/3 in relief of Yariel Rodriguez. No relation, 4 hits, 3 earned with a walk, 52 pitches, 35 strikes. Only 1 strikeout for Oriole batters today through the first 24 plate appearances. And Mullins stays alive on 1-2. That may be as impressive as anything, considering 16 Orioles have been in 2-strike counts before this. Only 1 of the 16 has struck out.
Yeah. This offense is turning, and it started turning about 10 games ago.
Mullins, another 2-strike foul out of play. That's not a great pitching staff for Toronto. 27th in ERA, 22nd in strikeout rate, but this is still a lot of impressive contact. Orioles' 12th best strikeout rate offensively in the majors, 12 out of 30. Mullins again fouls away 98. What does this feel like as a pitcher?
Aggravating. It's when you make pretty good pitches, you can't finish guys, they just keep fouling balls off. Because it makes you want to try to do a little bit more. Then when you try to do a little bit more, all of a sudden you get yourself in some plus counts.
Rodriguez tried to mess with the timing there and missed the zone. Would you ever do that mid-motion to try to throw a hitter off?
I could never pull that off. Maybe once or twice I tried it.
90-degree day. Cups of ice are being handed out. Mullins, right center field. Varsho sprinting back, and Varsho won't get to it. Bangs past him off the wall. Springer bobbled it, but Mullins had pulled up anyway at second. So Cedric Mullins wins that epic duel. 9 pitches, resulting in a deep double.
Boy, 3 for 8 with a homer and 6 RBIs against the Padres in that 3-game series. And Cedric Mullins off to a good start in this one. There's a ball working away from him. He just kind of sinks down on his legs on this one and powers it right to the bottom of the wall. So a 1 for 3 day for Mullins and a double.
So 4 extra base hits in the last 3 for Cedric. 13th double. And now Ramon Urias sends one out to right. Springer searching. David Peralta had trouble out here yesterday, and Springer finds it. And Mullins holds at second. Host family, stop by the Haichu Kids Corner, located near Gate C. Popular activities include the Burry House, an interactive treehouse activity center, a jungle gym, and more. Visit the Haichu Kids Corner during your next Orioles game.
Look at that.
There's a nice little cow hat. And here is the mythic folk hero James McCann, man of the hour. Out to right field from McCann. That is going to drop in for a base hit. Well deserved. James McCann, who somehow stayed in this game after being hit in the face in the first inning, collects a base hit, and he sends Mullins down to third.
Boy, just right off the end of the bat. George Springer was pushed a little bit, the right fielder for the Blue Jays, towards right center field. This ball hung up in the air a while, and just about 15 inches it stays fair. Mullins moves to third.
McCann still with the nose plugs. If you missed it, he was hit by a 95-mile-per-hour fastball in the face by Yari Rodriguez in the first. You can see a little bit of blood still on the top of his second jersey. And after a lengthy delay, James stayed in the game, which is, again, just an insane amount of toughness. And hopefully James is okay and not going to have serious long-term effects from this. But he wanted to stay in knowing that there were 17 innings to go, doubleheader day, and he has been able to make it at least to the bottom of the fifth, and he's reached base twice now today. Cowser powers one the other way, and Barger makes the play. Here comes another run-scoring play. That is the 6th RBI without a hit today. It's a sacrifice fly to bring in Mullins, and after giving up 3, the O's get one back.
Orioles simply getting it done today. If they got a runner over at third base, they have found a way to get him home.
So Cowser's walked, grounded out, singled, and collected a sac fly. He's really taken to this leadoff position. And ball 1 to Santander. Mullins is the 6th Oriole to score a run today.
The Orioles have now scored in 4 of 5 innings, and that's a good sign.
Santander chases. Six Orioles with a run, 6 Orioles with an RBI. Santander scored a run for the 8th consecutive game first inning. He's walked and singled. Cubs were talking to Cody Ashe. Saw him have we saw Cedric Mullins have a couple of words for Gunnar Henderson there, maybe about Yari Rodriguez, this new Toronto pitcher. How many pitches have the Blue Jays thrown with 2 strikes today? This is the 18th batter in a 2-strike count. There has been 1 single solitary strikeout. It was Ryan O'Hearn. And Santander fouls off another. Anthony saw 7 pitches in the 4th inning, fouled off 3 with 2 strikes. He has a 2-strike walk, 2-strike single, and a 2-strike flyout. And another full count. McCann will get a head start from first with 2 down. And 2 from Yari Rodriguez. And that ball is clobbered. Right field. So long. The 9th one-scoring plate appearance of the game. The first 2 RBI plate appearance of the game. And that is a big all-around number. Home run number 30 for for Santander.
Boy, how impressive was this at bat, huh? What was it, 9-pitch at bat, and finally he gets a breaking ball, and he got one right in the heart of the plate. And Anthony Santander just goes down and sticks his nose on home run number 30, RBI number 70 on the year for Santander. There's your home run. Show me them teeth, Tony.
Everybody's getting hugs in the dugout. The security guard as well. Right on down the line.
Well, how about that move to a baseball right there, huh? Boy, he knew it. And as soon as it touched the heart of the bat, he had number 30.
He is just so fun to watch.
Well, watch this swing. Recognized it, set back on it, and then leaned back on it.
So Anthony Santander is now 2 ahead of Gunnar Henderson for the team lead. And he becomes the 4th major leaguer with 30 home runs this season. 37 for Aaron Judge, 32 for Shohei Ohtani, 30 for Marcell Ozuna, and 30 for Anthony Santander. And another 2-strike foul ball.
Career high, what, 33 for Tony?
Yeah, 33. That was 2022. That's so right. He's 3 away, and we haven't even hit August.
And on pace for well over 100 RBIs, which would also be a career high.
Yeah, 95 was that number last year. Talk about putting yourself in a nice position for your future. Anthony Santander. Yeah. Corey Golden, another $500. Our Maryland Lottery Fast Play contestant. It's kind of become the Santander signature. These long at-bats, fouling off tough pitches until he gets something he can barrel. Remember where he was in April, too? He's usually a slow starter, but this was a particularly slow start. That has all been erased.
Yeah, his understanding of the strike zone right now is elite. Very seldom you see Anthony Santander chase balls out of the strike zone. In April, he would chase the elevated fastball, the breaking ball down, but not so much lately.
He's hit 21 since June 1st alone, and now Henderson's going to see an 8th pitch. This is going to be the 29th pitch of the inning from Yerry Rodriguez. Now, the Blue Jays have to be thinking, can we just start game 2 already? 132 pitches they've thrown in 4 2/3 innings. 132!
And this is the team coming off a sweep. They just swept the Texas Rangers.
There's the second strikeout of the day for the Blue Jays, but after giving up 3, the O's get 3 back.
Yeah. 3 runs this inning, capped off with this 2-run bomb by Anthony Santander. And you talk about a large one. Make it number 30 on the year. Orioles up by 7.
This date in Orioles history brought to you by the Good Feet Store, July 29, 2007. Cal Ripken Jr. was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame, becoming the sixth and to date the last to wear the Orioles cap on his plaque. An estimated 82,000 people, the largest crowd in the history of the induction ceremony, were there for Cal and Tony Gwynn. Live the life you love. Don't let your feet stop you. Visit goodfeet.com.
There's the Iron Man back in the shadows. There's his number 8.
And 8 was the number of voters who did not vote for Cal Ripken Jr. to the Hall of Fame. 8 people who should have had their Hall of Fame voting rights.
I think it's 8 people that should never, ever, ever be allowed to vote again.
Yeah. 537 of 545, 98.5%, which is the 6th highest total in Hall of Fame history. At the time was 3rd behind Tom Seaver and Nolan Ryan. Mariano Rivera, Derek Jeter, Ken Griffey Jr. passed him since. 19 consecutive All-Star appearances, and you may have heard he played in a whole lot of games in a row.
There's Keegan Aiken getting heated up that Oriole bullpen.
Deep center Mullins, and he does it again.
Oh, that was an easy one there.
Yeah, not
compared to the one yesterday.
That was a walk in the park. Not for an ordinary human, but for Cedric Mullins, no big deal.
He just makes it look so easy. And it's all about the first step. But watch that. Quickly, drop steps, knows where the ball is, knows where the wall is.
So Zach Eflin back out for the 6th, 4 pitches to get 2 outs. That is huge for the O's, who again have another game coming up. Eflin trying to get them through 6 in his Oriole debut. He faces George Springer for a 4th time.
1 out away from a quality start in his first appearance as an Oriole.
And a backup sweeper picks up a strike.
There's Richards. Looks like he is loose in that Blue Jay bullpen.
Springer swords up. 1-2. Eflin's allowed 10 hits, which is 1 shy of a career high, and yet here he is. 1 out away from getting through 6 innings of 3-run ball, and that is the out. Well done, Zach Eflin. Good to have you in Oriole Orange. The Orioles had just about everything but a home run until Anthony Santander's 2-run shot last inning. 10 runs, 10 hits, 5 walks, a hit by pitch, a catcher's interference, and a huge lead on Toronto, and they forced the Blue Jays to go to the bullpen for a third time in Game 1 of this doubleheader.
In the way of Trevor Richards making his 45th appearance of the year. 15-30's work, 48 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 195 off the right-hander Richards. Master of the changeup. No secrets with him. 2-pitch mix, fastball, changeup, and he's going to use that changeup about 58% of the time. The rest will be the four-seamer. And that changeup is definitely his best pitch. Opponent's batting average just 154 off of it.
There's a new left fielder, Stuart Baroa, who makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the 6th. Hey, 2024 O's group tickets are on sale now. Families, friends, sports teams, schools, clients to colleagues, and more. You can take your group to Camden Yards for the exciting stretch run. Go to Orioles.com/groups to lock up your seats today. Ball 1 to Ryan O'Hearn. So Mountcastle retired for the first time today. RBI single, walk, and another base hit. And 2-0 for O'Hearn. Yerry Rodriguez, an inning and 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned, and a strikeout. 37 pitches, 28 strikes. So both Yariel and Yerry Rodriguez got yanked around by the Orioles in this game. They gave up 3 earned runs each. Brandon Eisert gave up 3 earned runs in 2 2/3. So not a great day to be a Blue Jay pitcher so far.
Yeah, the Jays really pitched it well last year. Now, the offense was their Achilles heel last year. Didn't score many runs at all, but their starters were 3rd best in baseball. Their relievers the 8th best, but it's not been the same this year. 17th and 29th that bullpen is this year.
George Springer's out of the game. Don't think that is a trade situation. Probably just to get him a few innings on his feet, off his feet before Game 2. So Stuart Baroa, young left fielder, is in. Addison Barger over to right. Justin Turner did come out of the game, as Justin Turner reportedly has been traded to the Mariners. And that is now official as of 3 minutes ago. Justin Turner and cash considerations to Seattle for minor league outfielder R.J. Schreck. Former Vandy boy, R.J. Schreck.
You recognize that name.
3-2 is low. O'Hearn's got a walk. Sack fly and a walk his last 2 times. Jordan Westberg has 2 doubles in the game, plus an RBI groundout. Here's the last one. Watch the purple line at bad conditions, the blue for calm conditions. The wind actually kept that ball in the ballpark. That's pretty neat. The StatCast
we got all kind of stuff, don't we?
Yeah. And I'm guessing that would have been a home run in every other park, too. So the wind and the dimensions knocked out Westberg. By the way, our friend and colleague Jeff Arnold did a great job with you yesterday. It's going to be sad to hear the Blue Jays acquired R.J. Schreck. That would be Jeff's favorite player because Schreck is one of the 2 movies he watches on every flight. And if we could get R.J. Maverick, that would be his other. 1-2 for Westberg.
Says it's his calming thing after the ball game, which I don't get.
Shrek and then Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick, not a calming movie, but both excellent movies. Jeff has very good taste. You have a calming post-game movie? I don't notice you watching a lot of movies on flights.
Just quietness calms me down. That's about it.
I feel like
you sit by me, you know.
Yeah. I feel like you were giving me side eye there. Like, am I being louder than I think on the planes? Am I not calming you down enough on the flights? 3-2. You get really calm with
I haven't figured out how to turn the Wi-Fi system on yet after 10, 15 years.
I keep telling you. I keep trying to help you out. As long as you can get Instagram reels, you're a happy camper.
Sit there and entertain myself.
Fouled away by Westberg. O'Hearn was on the run there on 3-2. Ryan looking over at Tony Mansolino at third. Jordan now 4 for 11. 3 extra base hits and a walk in this homestand. 3 RBIs. O'Hearn running again. Pitch is in there for strike 3, and the throw is in there for out 3. Strike him out, throw him out, double play will take us to the 7th.
Well, the day is complete for Zach Eflin in his Oriole debut. Ties a season high with 7 strikeouts. This is how he did it. 5 of which on that cutter. It was really good down the way. 2 on that sinking fastball of his. And the 6'6", 30-year-old went to work early in this one. Loved how he worked east to west. Typical good fastball movement, which we thought he would have. 2 seamers in, had a little breaking ball, a little cutter to the outside part of the plate. One time he rose up in the strike zone and picked up a strikeout, but for the most part, he stayed east and west. And, of course, what he always does, doesn't walk many guys at all. That was the one mistake he made of the 3-run shot. Barger got him for a 3-run shot, but other than that, Eflin was outstanding. Scatters 10 hits, 3 earned runs, didn't walk about it, punches out 7. Now it's time for Keegan Aiken making his 46th appearance of the year. 65 strikeouts, and opponents hitting 194 off the left-hander, Aiken.
Well, a couple of things to pick up from there. First of all, the 5 strikeouts on the cutter, that's a career-high strikeouts on the cutter for Zach Eflin. Secondly, a day where the Orioles need innings. They get 6 out of him. New right fielder Christian Pache on to take over for Ryan O'Hearn. All in all, I think there was a lot to like, even with the 10 hits for Zach Eflin, and the important number for him, maybe this is his favorite number, is a 0 in the walk count.
Yeah, I mean, look, he gave you a quality start. He gave you a little bit of length. And don't forget, he's pitching against a team he just pitched against 5 days ago, and that's always a disadvantage for a pitcher. So, all in all, I thought it was a solid outing. A lot of the balls, 10 hits feels like a lot, but a lot of those balls were not hit hard. A couple of infield hits, a couple ground balls that bounced through. All in all, a very solid outing.
Spencer Horwitz loops one into center, and Horwitz is 1 for 4. Suit up this season at MLBShop.com. The largest selection of official jerseys, caps, T-shirts, collectibles, and more. Gear up with your Orioles at MLBShop.com. So Keegan Aiken's on 2 days rest. He had been pitching day in and day out of the All-Star break. Through 16 pitches Friday. And now we'll see if Keegan Aiken can get the Orioles to or close to the finish line in Game 1 and save the rest of the bullpen. There's a low fastball called a strike to Guerrero. Didn't think so.
Yeah, he didn't really like the first one. He definitely didn't like the second one. I thought the first one caught the bottom of the zone. That one was clearly below it.
Guerrero reached on what was ruled an infield single in the 5th inning. A bad hop that ate up Gunnar Henderson. So Henderson perhaps somewhat generously did not have his streak of errors extended to 5 games. That ball torched to right by Guerrero. That's not coming back. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now with 7 home runs in the last 11. This guy is unstoppable. And he makes it a 10-4 game.
Well, you want to talk about plate coverage. That is plate coverage right there. I'm not sure that ball was even a strike. That one, 102 off the bat, 385 feet. And a backside bullet.
That is the 150th home run in the career of the 25-year-old. You know what that reminded me of? Vladimir Guerrero Sr.
That's right. One of the best bad ball hitters there was. That was not even really a strike. Wasn't even close to being a strike.
So 20 on the year for Vlad Jr. Nice round number milestone for him, 150. And the Jays' second home run. Somebody's really upset at some of these swings. 0-2 for Barger, who had his first career home run back in the 5th. .48 home runs and 21 for Vlad Jr. 32-26 the last couple of years. The power had gone down, but it is back up. This has been his best power hitting year since that MVP runner-up season of 2021.
And it's not just power either. It's a .303 batting average to go with it. .878 on base plus slugging.
Barger takes a fastball right down the gut. It's strike 3, and Keegan Aiken with the Orioles' 8th punch-out.
Working to the outside part of the plate. Well done there. James McCann rocks to the outside part. Perfectly placed by Keegan Aiken.
Got to appreciate a little Kendrick Lamar playing after a strikeout of a Canadian team. I'll explain that to you during the break. Left center field from Varsho. Mullins tracks it down. So a home run for Guerrero, but still a big lead for the O's as we hit the stretch. .10-4 Orioles, bottom 7. Cedric Mullins rips through a high fastball against Trevor Richards on for a second inning of relief work. Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald, Melanie Newman, and our Masson crew here with you for 2 today. First of a 4-game, 3-day series with the Blue Jays. Game being played after a postponement due to rain on May 14th. here on July the 29th. Zach Eflin in his Oriole debut, 6 innings, 10 hits, but only 3 earned, no walks, 7 strikeouts. Really quality performance for him. Pitching with the lead ever since he took the top of the second. 98 pitches, 71 were strikes, and the Orioles have just gotten contributions from everywhere in the lineup. Mullins, who's doubled and scored a run, flies out. You can catch Orioles baseball anytime, anywhere on the MASN app. Watch games live and receive expert analysis and exclusive pre- and post-game interviews all in the palm of your hand. Don't miss a pitch. Go to MASNsports.com and download the most recent version today. Ramon Urias has 2 RBIs today. One on a bases-loaded walk in the first, one on a ground out to short in the second. He's also flied out to right field. Yariel Rodriguez went 2/3 of an inning. Brandon Eisert 2 2/3. Yari Rodriguez 1 2/3. And now Trevor Richards trying to get through 2. So go figure, the Blue Jays will be down at least 3 relievers for Game 2 as Birch Smith gets up in the Oriole bullpen. So I guess it won't be Keegan Aiken trying to go the rest of the way. Means the Orioles would use 2 of their 3 relievers on multiple days of rest here. The other one, Craig Kimbrell. Figures we'll probably see Craig at some point in this doubleheader. Got the last 2 days off after a blown save and then a loss against the Padres. Not sure what the situation will be yet. Anier Cano got the save yesterday.
Yeah, Cano had a long inning. We assume he's available, but you don't really know. What do you throw, 30 pitches?
30 pitches.
James McCann. There's Cano.
Smack to right, foul. Kate Povich will start Game 2. He'll be called up as the 27th man for the doubleheader. Blue Jays are going to call up Bowden Francis. They will have to make a move to get him on the roster. And that's outside. So Ramon with his second walk. And the Orioles' 7th. Back-to-back games of 8 and now 7 walks for the O's. And another nice hand for James McCann, who may never have to buy a drink in this town again. Hit by a pitch in the nose in the first inning. Brought in a run, and we were speaking about the situation as if he was obviously going to come out. We're thinking, what are the Orioles going to do? Are they going to have to call somebody up off the taxi squad for Game 2 so you don't have just one catcher? Adley's going to catch 17 innings. James McCann said, nope, I'm going to stay in. This one's popped up toward Varsho and Barger. The right fielder makes the play. McCann 1 for 3 with that bases loaded hit by pitch. And his wife Jess is here today, who is just one of the great human beings you can meet in this game. Their kids are here. We were having a hard time watching and stomaching that. I can't imagine what Jess was going through. And they are truly lovely people. It's been so wonderful to get to know James and his family. They've been a terrific addition, not just to the team, to the clubhouse, to the community. James was talking about how his twin boys, Wayne and Christian, were really sad to see Austin Hayes get traded and their kids. And the McCanns have become an essential part of this team. James has toughed it out like you can only imagine today. 10-4.
It's time for the MLB update, brought to you by PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
No update as of yet, guys. The Orioles have the earliest game today. Everybody else with a night slate to kick off this Monday week of baseball. But you've already seen it. Justin Turner departing this game as he has been traded away to the Seattle Mariners. We will be keeping our eyes for any more hug watches that happen to go on this field and on others. And of course, afterwards, you can catch up on this game with the O's Extra Postgame Show presented by PNC. We'll take a look back. We'll also get you ready for the second game happening later today. It's a special double-dose edition of Orioles baseball.
Well, thank you. And as a new Oriole pitcher as well, we'll be on Hug Watch. If anybody wants a hug, we'll just give hugs. But
yeah, the hugs from players who are heading to another team in the next, 24 hours, 21 minutes. Deadline 6 tomorrow. Bert Smith is in the game, so Keegan Aiken does not get the Orioles to the finish line. Goes one inning, gives up a home run.
Take a look at James McCann. Look at his left eye. You know about the nose, but now the left eye is almost swole shut.
He should not even come out of the clubhouse for game 2.
That's a lot of won't to is what that is. That is setting an example for everyone else. It's kind of like when you played with Cal Ripken Jr. You know, if you were a little bit sore, you didn't say anything about it, just went and played. I mean, this dude's played in 2,600 consecutive games. You better go answer the bell.
17 innings to go in a doubleheader. He did not want to leave the game. Alejandro Kirk fouls away, strike 2.
That's what you call playing for the name on the front and not on the back right there, because he knew the situation. You talked about doubleheader.
Time was called awfully late there by Ramon de Jesus. So we'll see if Bert Smith can get through the final 2 innings. Again, you're trying to save relievers for the finale here. Aiken is out after an inning. Only 14 pitches. 97. So a little extra from Bert Smith there. He strikes out Kirk, who's a very tough guy to strike out.
And we've seen this from Bert Smith, too. In his appearance with the Orioles, he can reach back. He can step on something a little bit extra, and he takes 97 just right above the top of the strike zone. And Alejandro Kirk was having a really good day. 3 for 3 day. 3 for 4 now with the strikeout.
It's only his 29th strikeout, Kirk, 58 games. Last time we saw Birch was 3 days ago, Friday against San Diego. He gave up 2 runs, 1 earned in an inning. First time in 5 Oriole outings he's been scored on. Impressive cutter. He gets a couple over for strikes to Davis Schneider. Two strikeouts and a single for Schneider against Eflin. Zach went 7, went 6, struck out 7. And 97 again.
Some good old-fashioned country hardball right here. Here's my best. See if you can catch up with it. Bert Smith back-to-back 97s and back-to-back punch-outs. There's a good look at that four-seam fastball foul tipped right into the glove of James McCann.
Ernie Clement 1 for 3. And there's Eric Swanson on 5 days rest in the Toronto bullpen. Reliever who has really struggled this year. One and 2 for Clement. Bert Smith has hung around. You never know which the many waiver claims and free agent signings going to stick around. Birch has been around for 18 days now since being selected. Dylan Tate optioned to Norfolk. Pitched extremely well. And he gets Clement to pop it up. 97 again. It's a hot Birch summer. 2 strikeouts and a pop out. Throwing smoke in a 1-2-3-8. Been a busy day in the bird bath. Your splash cam is presented by Hyundai. It's your journey on every mile in a brand new Hyundai. And they've still got another game to go.
Plenty of time to get wet. Been a good day offensively though. 10 runs on 10 hits for the Orioles. Blue Jays will turn to their 4th reliever of the day in the way of Eric Swanson, making his 20th appearance of the year. Only 15 2/3 elevated ERA. Porns hitting .294 off the right-hander Swanson. Trevor Richards was good. 2 innings of work, did not allow a run, walked 2 and struck out 1.
I wonder if Trevor Richards is maybe a bullpen piece for somebody in the next 2 days. Hasn't had a great year, but a decent track record. And again, the Blue Jays are sellers. Swanson has just had a disappointing year. 1.68 ERA in 2022, 2.97 last year. Came over from the Mariners, I would say Oscar Hernandez deal. And has had trouble getting it together with 5 home runs allowed in 15 2/3. One, 2 for Santander. And that's what Eric Swanson could do. That splitter is really, really good.
Yeah, if he can get to a count where he can use that splitter, 0-2, 1-2, it's a good pitch. Back-to-back fastballs, mid-90s, and then he followed up with this pitch here.
Swanson optioned to Buffalo earlier in the year. He had an ERA of over 9 at the time. And it's been a really tough year for Eric. You have to cut him some slack because what he and his family have gone through. Late February, his 4-year-old son, Toby, was hit by a car and had to be airlifted to a hospital. And Toby was released from the hospital. Thank goodness. Shortly after that happened, Eric landed on the injured list with an elbow injury. So that hurt his ramp up for the start of the season. So it's been a really difficult year for Eric and his family. Did say, though, a week ago that Toby is, quote, doing awesome and back to being a kid, which is just the greatest news.
That is wonderful news.
It's 2-1 for Henderson here. Feels like with a reset and hopefully a much easier offseason, Eric Swanson can be right back to being his dominant self next year, maybe even down the stretch this season. Henderson, another hard-hit grounder, a sliding grab by Schneider. And he robs Gunnar of what would have been his second hit. Orioles baseball on Masson. Brought to you by Johns Hopkins Children's Center. A child's dream is as precious as their health and at the core of all we do. Forward for our children. 2 out, nobody on. Here is Ryan Mountcastle. Orioles leading in 10-4. Trying to take game 1 of this doubleheader. Nobody warming, so Bert Smith, it appears, will have the ninth. Another big day against the Jays for Mountie. RBI single was the only hit in a 4-run first inning. Anthony Santander, the only Orioles home run hitter, drove in the 9th and 10th runs back in the 5th. To right from Mountcastle. That is down the line, and that ball is fair. Just inside the pole. It's another Ryan Mountcastle home run against the Blue Jays.
My goodness. Vladimir Guerrero's swing was impressive, but this one is right there with it. Mountcastle's 13th long ball of the year, his 52nd RBI, and the Orioles tack on again. That is strength right there.
Holy shit.
Number 13 for Mountie. His 18th career home run against Toronto.
Well, watch this swing. Good look at the four-seam fastball rotating, and look at this ball working up and in an inside-out swing. And Mountie wasn't quite sure where that ball went off the bat, but I can tell you where it went. Went over the fence for a homer.
And now Christian Pache in his first Oriole at-bat. Dribbles one foul. So Ryan Mountcastle's had 10 home runs against Boston, 10 against Oakland. That's tied for the second most against any other team. 18 now against the Blue Jays. I just feel like you could put Ryan Mountcastle against Toronto pitchers in Antarctica, and he'd still find a way to hit a home run. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter who the pitcher is. He just crushes this team. Don't ask him to explain it, by the way. We've tried. We've asked. He doesn't know.
It's even better when he's in Toronto, too. That series he had last year in Toronto. My goodness.
So 3 more hits, 4 times on base, 2 RBIs in a run. And by the way, that's another multi-hit game. That's 4 out of the last 6 now for Mountie. 2-2 for Pache. And he takes low as Swanson slips off the mound. Gordon Westberg, who's got a couple of doubles on deck. Christian Pache traded from the Phillies with Sir Anthony Dominguez for Austin Hayes on Friday. Came in as a pinch runner. And Pache smokes one to short. Jimenez just couldn't transfer it cleanly. And Christian Pache is batting 1,000 as an Oriole.
There you go.
That ball was waxed.
Yeah, I wanted to see the throw, see if Pache could beat it out. Something tells me he could have beat this out right here anyway. Shortstop Jimenez goes to the backhand side, slips down, no throw.
Christian Pache, the 21st position player for the Orioles and 18th with a hit this year. And that'll give Jordan another shot. Remains to be seen what Christian Pache's future is going to be with the O's. He's an elite defensive outfielder. He's one of the best in the game. He's a good runner. Has never been great offensively, but he is still pretty young. He's been around for a while. Only 25 years old. He'll turn 26 November the 19th. And he was one of the top prospects in baseball for a couple of years. Westberg, right center field. He's already got 2 doubles. Might be bidding for a third here. He is on his way to second. It's a triple-double. Jordan Westberg with his third two-bagger, kick-starting the sprinklers once more.
And another hard-hit ball, too, by Westy. 108 off the bat. Love where he's hitting it now. I felt like in the Miami series, he got a little bit pull-happy, rolling over some balls, but he's been staying up the middle since the Orioles returned home and to the backside, and that's where the money is for him.
So Jordan came into the game one double behind Ryan Mountcastle for the team lead. They both have 3 hits, but Jordan's now taken over the doubles lead by 2. And this is all a 2-out, nobody on rally against Swanson. Home run, single, double, and the Orioles trying for even more. 2-0 for Cedric. Mountcastle trying to make sure Colton Cowser doesn't share his spotlight. Well, the vibe shift has been something to watch over the last 24 or so hours here. Orioles in a 4-10 funk. Win 8-6 yesterday. Hit 11-4 here. And they probably can't wait to get Game 2 started. It'll be around 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. High for ball 4. Mullins is on with a walk. He's reached base safely twice. And the Orioles now with back-to-back games of 8 walks. So the Orioles had one 8-walk game in their first 104. Now they've walked 8 times. Back-to-back games, and Ramon hits it to right, and a sliding barger ends the inning. The Orioles leave them loaded, but get a run on another Royal Mountie bomb against the Blue Jays.
Yeah, do it, Mountie. How about one to the backside, folks? Tried to get it up and in, and Mountie would have none of it. Home run number 30, RBI number 52 for him.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. Some happy birthdays in the crowd and a happy Game 1 it has been. 11-4 O's blasting the Blue Jays. Trying to take a 4-3 lead in the season series and win the first of this doubleheader. Game 2 approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. It'll be Kate Povich back in the majors after a couple of starts with Norfolk. And Bowden Francis for Toronto. Blue Jays are now down a player with Justin Turner having been traded to the Mariners during the first game. Leo Jimenez Toronto's shortstop pops up a Birch Smith breaking ball to Ryan Mountcastle. Straddling the line makes the catch in foul territory for scorebook purposes. So, Ben, the Orioles get 4 in the first on 1 hit, which was an RBI single. And they have just continued to add on from there. Something that we've heard about from Brandon Hyde. Not just having good at-bats early and then kind of taking off innings in the middle of the game. I think that's as impressive as anything. That the Orioles scored in 5 of the 8 innings today.
Yeah, and it only went down in order one time, and that was the 6th inning. And so it was constant pressure. That's what Brandon Hyde's been talking about and what he's been looking for. I mean, it begins with being patient at the plate and attacking balls you can attack. 8 walks yesterday, 8 today.
And only 4 strikeouts, which is pretty ridiculous number. 4 strikeouts in 44 team plate appearances. First at bat today for Stuart Baroa. And Birch Smith stewards him back to the dugout.
Birch Smith has looked good, hasn't he? A little rough outing his last time out. Gave up a couple of runs. But been on point in this one. Good fastball, up to 97 2 or 3 different times, and that is a wipeout breaking ball there.
That's the sweeper he barely threw with Miami. Changed the way he holds it. Changed the way he places the index finger on it. A little bit of a different grip, and he feels like it's leading to much better results. 5 up, 5 down with 3 punch-outs. Spencer Horwitz into left center. Colton Cowser will not get to this one. It's off the wall. And Horwitz pulls up at second with a double, a 2-hit game for him.
Well, I love what Cedric Mullins does here. Backing up Colton Cowser, because when he comes off that wall, you don't know where it's going to go in that corner right there. Over Cowser's hair, but there is Mullins just behind him.
Well, the Orioles scored 6 runs today on run-scoring plays that were not hits, which was one shy of the most by any big league team this season. Last time the Orioles scored 6 runs in a game on plays other than hits, they did it 3 times in 2004. It's been so long since the Orioles did it that they did it against the Devil Rays, September 2nd, 2004. Two sack flies tonight as Guerrero's bat goes spinning to the front of the Blue Jay dugout.
Well, it is the Olympics going on, you know. Getting warmed up for the hammer throw.
Yep. Listen, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads the league in hard hit balls, so he might as well lead the league in hard thrown bats. Guerrero v. Henderson is going to be one heck of a hammer throw showdown. Birch Smith trying to seal game 1. Guerrero with a ridiculous home run in the 7th inning on a pitch that was elevated way out of the zone. A 1-2. 2-2. Three doubles for Jordan Westberg. Home runs for Anthony Santander and Ryan Mountcastle. Everybody in the Orioles lineup contributed. James McCann with a target away. And Guerrero will keep game 1 going. A 3-hit game for him. He scores Horwitz. It's 11-5.
Yeah, you talk about in a zone. This is a guy you don't want to face when the game's on the line right now. And I'm sure that's what the pitchers meeting was about today. Say, we're going to pitch to him in these situations, but you can bet if the next game's closer and he's got a chance to win the ball game, they will pitch around him as hot as he's been. It hadn't been just for a week or two. It's been for about 30 games now. He has been swinging it like this.
Especially after the trade of Justin Turner. Maybe just give him the Aaron Judge treatment in Game 2. Blue Jays, we're told, did bring some extra players on the trip in case of trades, as they were assuming they would make some trades. So we'll see if they have a position player to add for Game 2. Addison Barger, highlight of the game for the Jays, his home run, his first career. Rookie from Bellevue, Washington, high school in Tampa, Florida, with home run number 1 in game 24. But now he is the potential final out. 1-2. Left side, nice pick by Ramon. The long throw is there. Orioles take the opener of the double dip, 11-5. A relentless effort led by James McCann with one of the toughest things you'll ever see on a baseball field.
Yeah, James McCann, this is what I remember about this game. I mean, look at him, would you? Left eye is almost swole shut. Nose still bleeding. And he set an example today, folks. I'll tell you what, Zach Eflin, his Oriole debut was good. Gave up 10 hits on 3 runs. Didn't walk a batter. Oriole pitchers did not walk a batter today, with 10 strikeouts and some big days offensively. And I loved it. It was top to bottom for this lineup. Everybody either had a base hit, drove in a run, or scored a run. Big day for Santander, another homer for him. Of course, Mountcastle 3 for 4 with a homer and 2 RBIs. Westberg goes 3 for 4, so lots of big hits for the Orioles today, and a big pitching performance for Eflin as well.
7 players with runs, 7 with RBIs. James McCann wears a fastball off the face in the first inning to drive in a run and stays in the game. Hopefully James get a lot of ice on that. Relax for Game 2. 11-5, the Orioles win it. Before we get you ready for Game 2, let's get you to Mel for a little O's Extra.
Yeah, Kevin, I think you can forget buying James McCann a drink if you see him out in person. This whole team is going to take care of his dinners for the rest of the year. The veteran takes it on the chin and keeps going in Game 1 of this doubleheader. We'll hear from the clubhouse, take a look at these hot Orioles bats, and more. O's Extra postgame show presented by PNC Bank is next.
you.